Grambling is Mason Martinez. Stepping into the box right now is Benny Bakar, the freshman from Avon Park, Florida. Count is now 2-1. Bakar is going to pass on that one as it's up in the zone. Pitcher agrees. The count is now 3-1. Both teams won in their matchups against their respective opponents. And Bakar is going to take ball forward to lead off the game with a walk. Does a great job there, just being the leadoff man, starting off, setting the tempo right with a walk. Next up, stepping into the box, it's going to be the shortstop. Excuse me, that's the right fielder. It's going to be the right fielder, Cameron Bird. Atlanta, Georgia native is going to take that first pitch on the outside for ball number 1. Gets the signal from the coach. Pickoff attempt by Martinez is no good. Always got to be aware in the SWAC of base runners. As that ball is going to be jammed, it's going to hit a weak grounder to second base. Fielder's choice as it'll go down in the books as Bakar goes down. Bird takes his place on first now. Stepping into the box is the designated hitter for the Jaguars, Jalen Mack. Mack is from Dallas, Texas. He's a senior here. Pickoff attempt by Martinez, no good there. Early on, making sure the runners feel his presence and that they don't fall asleep. Dials in for the first pitch of the at-bat. And Mack crushes that ball. That's deep to right center field, and it's heading towards the bullpen, and it's gone! Jalen Mack with the 2-run blast to get the Jaguars on the board early. That ball was absolutely hammered. Martinez just left a little too much of it over the plate, and Mack made him pay as he brings the boom for the Jaguars. And now, early on, the Jaguars are sitting here with a lead. Next up is Rashard Grace from Madison, Mississippi. Takes a hack at that first pitch, sends it down to the first base dugout. It's always hard to follow up a home run, especially when the lights get to flashing. And now he's got to be patient and got to have his own game because he can't get his eyes too big and overswing here trying to match his fellow teammate. Oh, 1 is the count. It's going to be fouled off the plate. Count now goes to 0-2. Here comes the pitch from Martinez. Swing and a miss. And then that's Grace going down on a swinging strike. Now stepping into the box is third baseman Taj Bates. Going to take that first pitch on the inside for strike number 1. Martinez attacks the outside, and he clips it with a slider there. Now ahead in the count 0-2, he has the ability to do whatever he wants here. And curveball did not break, and it hits Bates as he's going to take a stroll down to first base. Now stepping up to the plate is the left fielder, number 32. That is Tyreek Carr. Gets the signal from the third base coach. Martinez dials in here. Ball in the dirt, smothered by the catcher, Marcellus. 1-0 is the count. Weather's a lot warmer than yesterday in that chilly 40-degree Houston air. Today we're a lot warmer, 78 degrees. That ball is going to be fouled into the Southern dugout. Evens the count at 1 apiece. This is more ideal baseball weather for the SWAC conference, as a lot of these players are Southerners themselves or island tropical people, and we do not like the cold weather around here. That curveball is going to clip on the outside part of the plate for strike number 2 from Martinez. Carr looks to dial in here and defend the box. Martinez comes set, and he delivers. It's going to be fouled off by Carr, staying alive. With 2 outs here and a runner on first base, looking to just advance this runner into this scoring position, potentially keep it alive as they move further down in the lineup. Ball's going to skip and go to the backstop. Runner on first easily into second base and making a turn, but does not advance. And, man, if you watched the game last night that Southern played against Texas Southern University, you would know that this team has pop, but also they can play a little bit of small ball. As that ball is going to be ripped to right field. It gets over the right fielder's head and off the wall. Runner on second's going to score. He chugs into second base. Tyreek Carr with a sliding double. It's going to extend the Jaguars' lead to 3. As that ball was laced, the right fielder, Bennett, had no chance of getting to that. And just like the weather, the Jaguars' bats are heating up. See if Donnell Sandifer can keep the 2-out rally going. Lake Charles, Louisiana native, Junior's going to foul off the first pitch here, making this a 0-1 count with 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be a fastball clipped on the outside part of the plate. Now brings the count to 0-2. If I'm Donnell, I'd be expecting some sort of junk here. And he swings at the pitch in the dirt, and it's going to be caught by the catcher for out number 3. Martinez gets out of the inning, but not without taking some slashes from the Jaguars as they score 3 runs on 2 hits. We'll be back for the bottom of the first.
Top of the first, the Southern Jaguars came out hot.
Oh, no doubt. They came out trying to set the tone the home run. Then we had a double. The bats were loud.
First pitch right there will be a ball. And you spoke about this Grambling State team coming off a big win yesterday against. You talked about this Grambling State team. What are you looking to see from this Grambling State team in this game?
That game against JSU was absolutely down the wire. There was heated emotions. There were ejections in that game. And here, they just gotta find a way to just stay in. Right here we have a double into the corner, easy.
Martavius Thomas sprints over to second base.
And he was a real tone setter in yesterday's game as well. As Martavius had 2 singles and he had a stolen base.
Bottom of the first half, we have here Travis Payton alongside me, Jay Lathan. After that hit by Martavius Thomas to send him over to second base. And for the Southern University team, coming off a big win against Texas Southern, where they showed the dominance that they have. This Jaguars team of Southern, what are you looking to see from this team? As you have Naeem Haynes stepping up at batter.
So with Southern, yesterday their game against Texas Southern University, they really showed their offense in all facets of the game. That was a dominant 8-3 victory where they hit home runs, but really what they did to break down Texas Southern was they abused the small ball. And in this conference, you have to be able to play small ball, defend small ball to win.
Absolutely. Coming up for a conference like me, I'm a student here at Savannah State University. It's going to be a way different conference. We compete in the SIAC. Talk about how different it is competing in this conference, in the SWAC.
SWAC is full of the big dogs. Historically, you hear about these teams making it in the tournament, making noise. Southern last year, they beat teams like LSU, so they have the talent. They have the capability to compete with the big dogs, and it's a lot of trash talking and a lot of fast play, and you have to be prepared when you step to play against SWAC teams.
Absolutely. Count now 1-1. Ball hits the bottom of the dirt. Looks like that'll be another ball call. 2-1. Travis Payton alongside me, Jay Lathan. We're live here from the HBCU Coastal Classic right here in Houston, Texas. Talk about this environment, what this atmosphere brings towards two HBCUs. Not many HBCU players get the recognition that other schools do, such as Vanderbilt, the SEC school, the PWI. And now you have teams coming here to the HBCU represented by Travis Scott. Talk about the landscape that this brings to these teams.
And this is a huge event. There's a lot of talented ball players in the SWAC and in HBCUs as a whole. And this event hosted by the Astros Foundation and Travis Scott's foundation, the Cactus Jack Foundation, is huge. It gives a spotlight to players. It allows them to play in front of scouts, fans, and so many more, as this just puts a spotlight and tell the kids more than they have to go D1.
And a drop fly ball gets them over the first base.
Playing in front of scouts, fans, and so many more, as this just puts a spotlight and tell the kids more than they have to go D1. It appears that was the first baseman, Mac, who came with the boomstick but had a miscue there. These lights do get a little bright in Minute Maid. That is another nice luxury of playing in this tournament, is you get to play in an MLB stadium. You get to play under the bright lights. You get to play in front of the scouts. These are some of the stadiums that you grew up watching. There's a lot of historical moments that have happened in Minute Maid Park, with this team having 5 World Series appearances and 2 championships, and one as recently as two seasons ago.
Absolutely. Cameron Hill stepping up at bat. Attempt right there by the pitcher, like it will be a ball. Bottom of the first half, 3-0 lead goes over to the Southern Jaguars. Grambling State has yet to put up any points in the game. 1-0 is the count. You spoke about it. This Houston Astros team, what's some of your favorite memories that you can remember from this team?
Off the bat, we talk about in the World Series, you had Jordan Alvarez blasted one dead center against the Phillies. That was kind of just like that moment. And we could go on and on about Jordan and his monstrous home runs, but you got guys like Altuve, and this place gets absolutely rocking for these type of players, especially around playoff time. And if you've been a true Houston Astros fan, that ball is crushed.
By Hill.
Whoa.
He's out of there.
Off the signage above the Crawford boxes, that ball got out in a hurry, and I think
you can hear the blast from it, though. Boom.
Yeah, both teams are bringing the boom today. Those bats might be louder than the bands.
Yes, 3-3 lead now. And we talk about this Grambling State team. They were down against Jackson State. So we've seen this team come back. They were down by 4, came all the way back. They were just recently down 0-3. Now 3 runners. Ball game now tied, 3 scores up.
And this is why they're the reigning SWAC champions. guys that do not get phased under pressure. And Coach Davin Pierre has them locked in and dialed in right now as that ball got out in a hurry. And down 3, a lot of teams might cower this early on, but they decide to deliver a haymaker right back.
Confidence boosted there for the Grambling State Tigers. Brown now stepping up at plate. 0 outs. First pitch coming up.
And you really want to talk about a hot start. We're only on the 4th batter, and Southern is yet to get it out, and all 3 have been productive.
Speaking to the confidence of a team and the talent. Count now 1-1.
And that error right there, that costly error by the first baseman, that comes back to bite him. That's a run there that should have been an out.
Swing and a miss again.
And last game, the JSU and Grambling had 6 errors and they still managed to win that game. So the offensive firepower has never been a question for the Tigers. And right here, we're seeing it come back in their favor.
Absolutely. You speak about that. Talk about the talent this Grambling State team has on their baseball team.
I mean, it was great talent top to bottom. You know, they lost a little bit with Cameron Buford. That was one of the star players they had last year. But there's still plenty of talent on this roster, and young talent at that too. And that's what you like to call a reload, not a rebuild, when you got talent like that throughout the board. I mean, Nyan Hayes had a ball game yesterday. Keanu Jacobs-Gashard, that is the guy I really am excited to see perform today, as he balled out yesterday with a home run, and he got on base with a bunt. So he showed all 3 levels of hitting there.
And if you're a scout, that's some of that you're definitely looking at. First attempt right there. Count now 1-1 with 1 out. Southern University on the defensive side. Jalen Bennett up at bat. First hit will be a foul ball. Count now 1-2. Take me to the mind of a batter coming up. You have 2 strikes, 1 ball, 1 out. What's the mindset that you're having right here?
Honestly, when you're down in the count like this, you know some junk is going to come. You're expecting that off speed because they want to get you to chase, just like what happened there as we get the ball up in the zone. And you just have to stay calm. Don't get bigger than yourself. Stay within yourself. And the defense playing straight up, so you're just looking to kind of drive something up the middle, pass the baton on.
Okay, so right here, what's your mindset right here? This pitch coming up, foul ball.
And 2-2 count is one of those really weird counts where, as a pitcher, you can really do whatever you want because you have the ability to throw some junk, or you could just go right after him, and that's what he did with that fastball. So you, as a hitter, you have to sit fastball and adjust the off speed. And we see the other side of that as the pitcher spikes the curve there.
Now we're like to have a full count coming up. Next game coming up after this will be the Prairie View versus Texas Southern. Talk about that matchup coming up.
Oh, man, that's the Battle of Houston. I mean, I think the whole city's going to show out for this. I mean, we have a nice crowd building on this Saturday afternoon, but expect it to be a lot more packed out for that nightcap game. I mean, anytime these teams play each other in any sport, it's packed out, it's rowdy, and it's highly emotional.
And speak about it, Texas Southern and Southern University play. Great hit over center field. On the run is Bennett to first base. Bennett will slow things over at first base.
And that's a good piece of hitting right there. He didn't do too much with that ball. He was a little out in front, but he managed to slow himself down, stay within him. He got it off the end of the bat, but he was able to flick his wrist and keep it up the middle.
Still just 1 out for the Grambling State. We spoke about it. They had no outs, only have 1 out. Score still 3-3. Arias Gardner now up at bat. From Detroit, Michigan, a graduate student. It's going to be a strike.
Is they're going to say he went on that? I mean, he didn't agree with the check. He felt like he checked his swing there. Umpire's not going for it. You got to dial back in, flush that one out, and don't be the guy to go down. You want to keep your team's hot with the bats. Keep it rolling.
Count now 0-1. Speaking down there when I was doing camera work down there, you get a kind of a feel of these players. These players are very excited. Talking to them in the dugout, they spoke about this experience that is bringing to them coming out to Houston. You see how a team like Grambling State, Southern University, all the way from Louisiana, coming all the way down to Houston, and they talked about it. reputation, practice, and treating it like it's the same game. Some players say they want to take it as an advantage to show their skills, but at the end of the day, it still is a team game. If you're on this team, what's something that if you were the coach, might I add, what would be the message to your team?
If I'm Coach Pierre, we're coming here to set a tone. We got a target on our backs. We're the reigning SWAC champions. We got to show them why, and we got to show them that despite we losing key players, we're still here.
Get hit by Gardner. Gardner on the run.
And that's just an ugly play. You hit right into the shift there for a double play right up the middle. I mean, we got to show normally he probably doesn't even get to that ball, but that's situational hitting right there.
Situational hitting. He'll come right back.
And that's just an ugly play.
He'll come right back at the start.
Right into the shift there for that was a
Welcome everyone back to the top of the second. Travis Petty alongside me is Jay Lathan. 3-3 score. Jacoby Radcliffe stepping up at bat, a junior from Chicago, Illinois. First attempt will be a strike. Mr. Lathan, you talked about it. First half, what did you see from both teams?
Both teams came ready to swing. I mean, typically throughout the year, you see pitchers ahead of batters earlier in the season, but they're showing that to be false. They want to be an anomaly here.
Radcliffe with a little bit of a bunt. Ball called. Count now 1-1. Make sure to share and follow right here live on the Black College Sports Network. Travis Petty alongside me is Jay Lathan. Strike call right there on Radcliffe. Count now 1-2.
And now 1-2 in the count. I mean, you still want to stay relaxed, still want to stay composed, but looks like Martinez is going after him.
Radcliffe tried to boom it again. and he'll be sent to the dugout. First out for the Southern University Jaguars on the night.
You got to get them where you can, man. I mean, it's hard to come by, but, I mean, when you have a team that's aggressive to swing, you got to go after them, and that's just part of the game. You're going to strike out. That's going to happen, but at least do it going out swinging. At least they know you want to hit.
Stepping up to the plate now, Kelsey White Jr. from Ellenwood, Georgia. This is my man. I talked to him back in the dugout when things were getting set up. He talked about this experience, the exposure, the confidence that he has. He feels as if he can make it far in his career.
And that's the key for every player. Every player needs to have confidence. That's essential because in this game, you're going to fail more than you're going to succeed. And you got to have thick skin. You're going to take rejection a lot. And if you don't believe in yourself more than the next man, then you're not set up to win in this game.
And that goes for any sport. You got to have the confidence. You got to have the prestige to know that you can make it far in your career. High end to the left, count now 1-2 with one out. Kelsey White Jr. up at bat, a junior from Ellenwood, Georgia. White hits it over, swings it over. No, he drops it. White gets over to first base.
And if you're keeping track in the book, that's going to be an E4 by Keanu Jacobs-Grishard. He's having a rough weekend with the glove so far. Fortunately, his bat's been able to keep him afloat, but he's having a hard time with the dirt.
And if you're that player, what's something that you can do to get your mindset out there? We just spoke about confidence. You say he's having a rough night. Confidence can be brewing. What's something that you would tell that player if you were the coach?
You got to tell him to flush it and just keep having faith in him that he's the next one. You don't want it to carry over to the plate, and that's a thing that's prone to happen with players. Is you have a bad at bat or you have a bad play in the field, and it comes over and it becomes an infection, and you have to either flush it out, you have to get rid of it out of your system, or it ends up ruining you.
Benny Biker up at bat. Martinez swings it over.
And these pickoffs are very active because in the SWAC, they will run. It is not a debate.
Benny Biker up at bat, a freshman. Martinez, the pitcher. Swings it over. On the run. What would they call it? They're going to say he got in there safe.
And like I said, in the SWAC, you will run. It doesn't matter 1 through 9. Everyone is a threat to steal a base if you are sleeping.
I just talked about Kelsey White Jr. The speed, the confidence. He said he feels as if he can make it far in his career, stealing a second base. Count now 3-0. Benny Biker up at bat. Mason Martinez. Take me through the mindset of what Martinez is thinking right now.
I mean, you just got to have a bounce-back inning. I mean, you can't be scared to go after them. I know they hit you hard, but you just got to make the adjustment. Why did they hit you hard? Was it you missed your spots? Was it your release point was off? Like, what are you tipping your pitches? What happened for them to do that? Because as a pitcher, I know it's early in the year that usually becomes the problem is finding that release point and warming up, getting used to things. And you just got to shake back and show your coach that you're mentally tough. You can handle getting beat up and coming back and striking out the side, not giving up any more runs, and just solidify your spot in this rotation.
And you start just like right there, strike coming up on Bird. Cameron Bird, a junior from Atlanta, Georgia. Make sure to share with all your friends on the Black College Sports Network. We are live here from Dyken Park here in Houston, Texas. Throws it over. I want to say White is safe. White Jr. on second base from Ellenwood, Georgia. Up at bat is Cameron Bird.
And this top of the lineup here, they're going to have to do the job of now becoming essentially the run getters situationally.
Another strike again on Bird.
And Martinez with the breaking pitch has really been effective in getting hitters off balance here.
Oh, 0-2 count. Martinez swings it over.
Once again, the breaking pitch gets him to chase there. He's been effective with it. That's really good when you can establish a secondary pitch and don't have hitters just sitting and waiting on a fastball. Because if you can establish that off-speed pitch as a batter, I'm just going to sit there and wait on the fastball because I know that's the only pitch you can throw for a strike.
Absolutely. Jalen Mack now stepping up at bat, a senior from Dallas, Texas. A little bit of a homecoming. Talk about what would be your mindset back in your state playing at the Houston Astros Stadium, a dream.
I mean, this kid went yard in his last at bat, so he made some noise for the fan back home already. And if you step in again, hopefully that ball looks as big as it did the first time.
So the University has yet to score at the top of the second. Martinez swings it over. Hit. Foul ball right there from Mack. The power. Sends it up into the third deck.
Yeah, he's already put that on display, swinging that Cat X from Marucci.
Count now 1-1 with 2 out. Jalen Mack, a senior from Dallas, Texas. Martinez looking over. Swing. It's going to be a strike. 1-2 count with 2 outs.
And here, as a batter, you're thinking to go to right center, to right field. You want to have the ability to score that runner on second base, but also move that runner on first base, potentially to go first to third.
Going to have a foul ball on Mack. Score now 3-3 at the top of the second. HBCU Classic, Cactus Jack, Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. Martinez swings one over. Swing and a miss again.
Gets the proposal to end the inning down to one knee.
And that'll be in from the top of the second. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. We will come right back at the bottom of the second. Welcome everyone back. The bottom of the second, the Southern University Jaguars came away with 0 points. Now it's time for the Grambling State Tigers. Bottom of the second, Shannon Martin is now stepping up at bat, a junior from New Orleans, Louisiana. What did you see from that Southern University team at the top of the second?
In the top of the second, Southern, they once again just kept the same status quo. They just kept swinging, and unfortunately they left some guys stranded there, but at least you know you're cooking with something. You have the ingredients.
Now Banks, the pitcher for the Southern University Jaguars. Swing and a miss again, counting out 0-2. Banks taking his time. Swings. Like it'll be that will be a ball call. Count will be 1-2. Shannon Martin up at bat for the Grambling State Tigers. And a swing and a miss again. No, Martin on the run over to first base. Swings it over, and Martin will be out.
Drop third strike there. He does the routine fundamentals of running out of the box after that drop third strike, but he does not reach in time.
I'm talking about how disappointing that could be if you're a batter.
Yeah, as a hitter, it honestly feels like it's the jog of shame, honestly. You got to hustle down the line because you have a chance to get on, but most teams usually can routinely practice this, and they make that throw down to first and get you out. But if you don't run it, you will be sitting the pine.
Southern University fans coming over all the way to Houston, Texas. Same thing for Grambling State. Stands filled up. Players making the travel, fans alongside them. Valentine's Day was yesterday. Girlfriends came alongside them as well.
Yeah, as the struggle of a baseball player, the season begins right around Valentine's Day. And unfortunately, with Valentine's Day, most people get excited. Hey, Valentine's Day is on a weekend. For a baseball player, you shake your head because you know you have a game that weekend. It's almost a guaranteed every time.
But can you almost say thank you because you're playing in front of the Houston Astros Stadium? So it's kind of a positive and a negative you can say from it.
You tell Bay, hey, we're taking a trip to Houston.
And we're going to be in the stadium for almost the entire day. Hopefully that's cool with you because it's fine with me.
And it takes a lot from the support system. The support systems matter so much. I mean, we talked earlier about how much failure goes into this game, and there are times where you just feel like less than nothing after a bad performance because, I mean, all these players hold themselves to such high standards.
Marcellus swings it over, foul ball, high ball in the air. Coming down with some arc behind it.
Always got to be aware as the ball does not have a name on it.
Swings it over. And a ball. Marcellus will now have a walk over to first base.
Yeah, you know, Southern wanted that call. They're on the opposite side. They can't really see it, but up here from the booth, that looked like a clip. It was in the other batter's box. It wasn't close to being a strike.
All right, great camera work here. Keanu Jacobs now at bat, a senior.
Keanu has had a big day yesterday with the bat. He was all over the ball, and let's hope he can shake it back and continue with the masterful performance at the plate.
Count now 1-0 with one out. Streaming on the Houston Astros Facebook as well. We'll have a foul call. Correction, a strike. Count now 1-1.
He takes his time, a little patient here. Definitely got to let it come to you. You know, when you're lower in the lineup, you expect to see more fastballs. It's one of the beauties of being down there. Some people believe that they put you down there as the worst hitter, but actually a lot of times with the modern coaches, you're actually looking to flip the lineup. That's actually could be a secondary leadoff hitters. You don't want to run out of hitters when you get down to the bottom lineup and runners can't be moved.
Count now 1-2 with one out. Banks swings it over. Count now 2-2. And this isn't just it. They have one more game tomorrow, Sunday. We have 3 games available on the Cactus Jack. The Grambling State versus Alabama A&M coming up at 11 a.m. Jackson State versus Texas Southern at 3 p.m. And Prairie View versus Southern University at 7 p.m. What a game that will be. A hit again. Sings it high into the air. Caught it. He'll be sent out.
And that's great range there by the second baseman, KJ White, running all the way over from second base to the foul territory to go get that. And that's a hard ball for him as he has to look up and run across. Great range there. It's always difficult, but great fielding prowess there.
The difficulties of covering that amount of ground, looking up in the air with the speed, and you have to be able to track the ball as well. Talk about that. The ability that has to be and how hard it is for a player.
It's definitely one of the more difficult tasks there, especially with these bright lights of Minute Maid, and you're also worried about the beams getting hit up there.
Count 1-0, Martavius Thomas up at bat.
See if he can keep the 2-out rally started.
Hit again over center field. Thomas on the run. Caught, and that'll be a hit. And that'll do it from the bottom of the second. Neither team was able to put up points after that first half explosion. We'll come right back at start of the top of the third. Jarvis Bate alongside me, Jay Lathan. Welcome everyone back to the top of the third. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. Mr. Lathan, no runs in the second half. What do you expect to see at the top of the third?
Top of the third inning, I think we're going to see much of the same. I mean, they've constantly been putting base runners on throughout this game. It's been plenty of action. Fielders are not falling asleep at all. So I think as both pitchers have to go in there and throw strikes, I think both teams will both be ready to swing.
Madison. Rashard Grace now up at bat from Madison, Mississippi, a senior. Mr. Martinez still the pitcher for the Grambling State Tigers. Things over again. Count now 2-0. Martinez did very well at the bottom of the first. Hit over there by Grace. Grace right outfield. Grace on the run. Sings it over. Doesn't go. Grace runs all the way over to second base.
So we get a ground rule double there. And that ball had so much movement from it. It was running away from the right fielder there. And that's hard. That's a hard ball to get to regardless. And I think the diving attempt, that's the only thing he can do there because, like we see, as soon as the ball hit the ground, it went right over the fence. So it was do or die on that play.
We spoke about it. Let's see if we can have any offensive talent, any offensive explosion that we saw in that first half. No runs in the second. Taj Bates now up at bat, a senior. Martinez the pitcher. Bates the hitter. Ground ball by Martinez. Count now 1-0.
Bates in his last at bat was hit by the pitch. So hopefully he can find something here. It's, a little less painful. Let's let the bat hit the ball, not the ball hit him.
Count now 1-0. Martinez at pitchers have 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned runs. Strike call by the umpire. Count now 1-1.
That's interesting. They did not call that ground ball to second base by Jacobs Gouchard an error.
Hit again. Bates. Right outfield. On the run. Caught.
Good play by the runner there on second base to tag up as that was Bates. That was Grace tagging up there as that ball is hit to the warning track of right field.
Now third base is Bates.
Sac fly never hurts the average there. I mean, you give up an out for an advancement of a base, and that's good team ball there. Just moving the runner into scoring position. 1 out now. They're on the verge of breaking this tie.
Now, if you're Tyree Carr right here, you see right there, strike call right there on Carr. Tyree Carr, what is your mindset saying? Saying you have a teammate on third base on the verge of scoring. What is your mindset? Take me through the mindset of Carr.
If I'm Carr, I'm just looking to hit something hard. As anything that gets to the infield will probably score my runner Grace. And, I mean, a fly ball, if it's deep enough, we've already seen that there's been plenty of running, and I don't think Grace is short of any speed. So I think a tag-up play will be induced if there's a play at the plate.
Count now 0-2. Martinez looking to strike out Carr. Swing and a miss again. 0 for 3 was Carr. Now 2 outs for the Southern University Jaguars. Still on third base is Grace with 2 outs.
Back-to-back strikeouts there as Martinez proceeds to get 2 outs in a row with 2 batters. Martinez really starting to get in a groove here, retiring.
Donnell Sandifer up at bat. A junior from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Count now 1-0 of 2 outs. At the top of the third, Travis Payton alongside me, Jay Lathan. Martinez take his time, swings it over, swing and a miss again.
Martinez is having a field day mixing up his pitches. This is really the standout feature so far early on in this game is that He's really been mixing up his pitches, keeping hitters off balance. They don't really know what to guess next.
Ball call will be called right there. Count now 2-1 with 2 outs. Donnell Sandifer still up at bat. Neither team has had any run so far in the third. Another ball call.
But they are getting runners on, and that'll be a telltale sign of this game is execution of hitting. We got to get, not only do we have to get guys on, but we got to bring them home.
Martinez again. And a strike. Full count now for Southern University. Donnell Sandifer still up at bat. Mason Martinez. Martinez swings it over. It's going to be a ball call, and Sandifer will walk over to first base.
Now runners on the corners, 2 outs. I don't think either team is really desperate enough for a first and third situation, but this is the SWAC. Stealing is an option, and honestly, if I'm Coach Pierre, I let them have second base. We have 2 outs here. We just gotta get one. Radcliffe already struck out today.
Radcliffe, a junior from Chicago, Illinois. It's in a straight call. Southern University team. Mason Martinez has done an exceptional job at pitching. Again, foul call on Radcliffe, which will result in a strike. Count now 0-2 with 2 outs. Martinez looking to strike the Southern University team out. Top of the third. Martinez taking his time, swings on over, and a strikeout.
Martinez gets out of the jam there. That's a grown man inning.
What great pitching by Mason Martinez. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. That'll be an end from the top of the third. We will come right back with the start of the bottom of the third. Welcome everyone back to the bottom of the third. Travis Pate alongside me, Jay Lathan, Nyan Haynes up at bat, senior from New Orleans, Louisiana. Now Banks the pitcher. Swing and a miss. Haynes. 0-1 call.
Haynes reached last AB on that drop pop-up by the first baseman. He's looking to get an earned hit this time, as the scorebooks would call it.
Haynes already facing a deficit. 2 strikes. Banks swings over and over again. And a ball call count. Now 1-2.
Some hitters are relaxed in an 0-2 count because you know the junk is coming, and that's the mindset you have to have. You can't get too antsy. A lot of guys get to chasing with 2 outs. I mean, with 2 strikes, as they feel their life is on the line there, as he chases one in the dirt.
A foreshadow of things. The announcer jinx.
The almighty announcer jinx. As the pacing of this game has been relatively smooth. I don't think any team has really just dominated on one side of the ball.
After the first, we've yet to have any points. Bottom of the third looking to be different. A great hit from Cameron Hill, center field. He'll be sent back out to the dugout.
Hill just under that ball by a little bit, and that's the thing about this game is a fraction of an inch on contact can be the difference between a home run and a routine pop-up like we had right there.
Bottom of the third. Hasn't been in play for no longer than 5 minutes, and we already have 2 outs. Swing and a miss again from Brown. You talk about the play. It has been relatively smooth. Trenar Brown from Apopka, Florida, a graduate student. 0-1 count, 2 strikes. Correction, 2 outs. Banks with his fastball. Count now 1-1 with 2 outs. Talk about the job that now Banks has done pitching for this Southern University team.
I mean, he's really been able to reel it in after that first inning where he was hit hard. He's really just dialed in, kept his composure, and he's going right after hitters. He's getting them to chase.
And so far in this game, who would you rather have is pitching? For Southern University, you have now Banks. For Grambling, you have Mason Martinez.
I mean, both pitchers have done a wonderful job. It's hard to really choose one as they've both had a similar outing so far when it comes to it. It honestly just prefers on how you want to go about it. I think that Martinez is it's been a lot more of a finesse guy. He's been mixing in off speed well, but when you go and you look at Banks has just been spotting pitches really well for the most part, except with the exception of the first inning. So it's honestly just, do you want to use a sword or do you want to use like a knife? It's just they'll both cut. It's just how do you want to go about it?
Full count now, 2 outs. Banks swings it over.
And he gets sorted there as the Southern dugout lets him know.
What great pitching from now Banks. That'll be an end from the bottom of the third. Travis Pate alongside me, Jay Lathan. We'll come right back at the top of the 4th. Welcome things back. Top of the fourth, Kelsey White Jr. up at bat. We were just talking about it. The game of baseball here in the SWAC is very different compared to other conferences here in the HBCU.
And we talk about nationwide. I mean, the SWAC has an identity of just talking trash. As literally right here, we have an issue with the umpire talking about one of the players in his dugout, in Southern's dugout, saying something to Coach Crenshaw. And that's part of the SWAC's identity. There's going to be trash talking, and there's going to be lots of it. And you can either talk the trash back, or you got to sit there and take it.
And we talked about it yesterday, Grambling State versus Jackson State. We had a little bit of an encounter between Grambling State and Jackson State when the player ran over to first base and they had to be separated.
And that's part of the game. I mean, when you're going to talk trash, you got a lot of alphas in here competing. Tempers are going to flare.
Two alphas in the same room. Dominant personality. Somebody's going to walk out with the head title. Kelsey White now up at bat. Count now 0-2. Mason Martinez, the pitcher. You spoke about it. You'd rather have a sword over a knife. Now Banks struck out Grambling State. Martinez looking to repeat. Mason Martinez swings one over. Hit over by White. Left. Center field. White on the run.
And, man, talk about the acceleration by Martavius Thomas there. First he ran in, but he instantly recorrected his route and quickly got under that ball.
The difficulties of playing outfield. What position did you play when you played the sport of baseball?
Oh, I was an outfielder, man. I mean, there's nothing like it. Honestly, infielders, they can have the flashiness of the glove plays, but there's nothing like tracking down those baseballs. That ball is shot in the gap.
So right here. Benny Biker, great hit with the speed on the run to second base. Biker still running to third. What a hit from Benny Biker.
We get I believe to be our first triple of the tournament, with Biker shooting that ball into a perfect gap. And that's triple alley right there. I mean, you hit that ball in that deep gap. You see by the bullpen in right center, it's 370. And you also got to think of that throw coming in all the way in. That's a lot longer throw than if you hit that into that left center gap, to third base. And with speed like his, now there's a threat for this tie to be broken.
We'll have a strike call. Cameron Bird now up at bat, a junior from Atlanta, Georgia. Count now 0-1, 1 out. Benny Biker on third for Southern University. Foul ball called on Bird. That's now 2 strikes. Count now 0-2.
And if you're Bird, you got to keep things simple. Once again, you just got to get something out of the infield. With 1 out, you have the sac fly, which is an opportunity to get played here. You get a ground ball, obviously brings them home. It gets through the infield. So you just got to sit back and find a pitch you like and hit it through the infield.
As we said before, Prairie View versus Texas Southern will come up right after this game at 7 p.m.
It's a great day of rivalries coming up. I mean, these next door neighbors with Louisiana, every person in Louisiana knows about these rivalries. Then you got the nightcap game. Everybody in Texas knows about these two HBCUs rivalries. And that's what college baseball is all about, is the deeply rooted rivalries and hatred for each other.
What great pitching from Martinez. Bird will be sent back to the dugout. 2 outs by Southern University.
And now with 2 outs, can the home run man Jalen Mack come up big once again?
Top of the fourth. Martinez's ball is too low on the run. Biker. And he gets his first run since the first inning. Points now on the board for Southern University.
Yeah, that wild pitch really just, that's the danger of when you're Martinez throwing those off-speed pitches. At times, they just break down in the dirt and it gets away from the catcher there. And that breaks the tie there for the Jaguars.
With the speed. Explode over. Points on the board. 43 lead Southern University have over Grambling State. Playing live in the Houston Astros Stadium. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. Swing and a miss. Count now 2-1 with 2 outs. Jalen Mack up at bat. Senior from Dallas, Texas. We talked about him. Playing in your hometown state, in front of the crowd, in front of your fans. A little bit of a pressure can be added.
And that's a good frame job there by Marcellus to really flick the glove up, bring that pitch back in the zone. And once again, talk about the frame job with the catcher Marcellus going to work, helping his pitcher out.
Just before we go, talk about the play pitching. Well, we'll come right back. We will come right back at the bottom of the fifth. Correction, the top of the fifth. We will come right back. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. Bottom of the fourth here, Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan. 1 run at the top of the fourth by the Southern University Jaguars, Benny Biker. Now up it's the Grambling State, Jalen Bennett now up at bat, senior from Dallas, Texas as well. Texas representatives making some noise. And to start things off, Banks. Negative play will send Bennett over to first base.
They're going to let him know he's got a little ice waiting for him if he needs to go back to the dugout. Take that pitch there off the shoulder.
The toughness that these baseball players have to endure getting hit by an 80-mile-an-hour fastball.
It's definitely not one of the easier things to do. You definitely feel it. But as you grow up playing the game, you get used to it.
Gardner up at bat, a graduate student from Detroit, Michigan.
Gardner's last at bat ended in a double play. He's in a double play situation here. Hopefully he can get out. He can avoid falling into the same fate of his previous at bat.
With the stoppage of play, now we're going to continue. Banks swings it over. A little too high for Gardner. Count now 2-0.
And now we get a little bit of a meeting right now. I do not believe that is head coach Chris Crenshaw. And it looks like somebody in the Southern bullpen is beginning to warm up. I don't think he's going to yank him yet, but he's just going to give him a little bit of time as we see two players from the Southern dugout run down to the bullpen in this timeout. I think he's just going to give him a little bit of a stall, talk to his pitcher, get him together before he give his relief pitcher a little bit more time to warm up.
And just take the fans into that huddle. You've played baseball before. Take the fans into that huddle. What is coach saying to those players?
Just telling him, relax, calm down, you're all right. Just briefing him, making him aware of the situation, and telling him what he wants out of that at bat. I mean, this guy's grounded out into a double play previously, so you have your infield already shifted that way, and we're just looking for a ground ball.
Bottom of the fourth, Banks swings one over. Count now 3-0. My partner just spoke about it. We have a player in the dugout warming up for Southern University. Banks with the speed. Gets his first strike.
Catcher always ready for any sort of movement on the base paths here.
And we spoke about it. I asked you during the commercial break, what's the most skilled position on the field? You said shortstop, and you said center field. Hit again from Gardner, foul ball.
I mean, every position, just like in every other sport, every other team sport, you got different guys that can do different things. And, I mean, when you talk about from an athleticism standpoint, I think most people would agree your shortstops and your center fielders are those guys with quick twitch speed. But you can't forget about the catcher, who's arguably has the highest IQ, because he's counting in to affect everything as we get a ground ball here.
Swing one over. Gardner. He's into the dugout.
And they had a hit and run in effect there. I mean, you do a good job of, that's exactly what you wanted if you were Banks. You wanted the ground ball into the double play. It ended up being a slow chopper, and Grambling was already on the run, so that kind of eliminates the double play there, but you do still get the out at first.
First out at the bottom of the fourth, Shannon Martin up at bat, junior from New Orleans, Louisiana. No change at pitcher. Now Banks still the pitcher for Southern University. Score is 4-3 with Southern University leading over Grambling State.
Shannon Martin looking to do something today. Has one strikeout today. In yesterday's game, Shannon did have a double and a RBI single, so he is capable with the stick in his hands.
Banks looking over, swings, and a strike.
It's definitely what you want to do as a pitcher. You want to start ahead. First pitch, you always want to get a strike, because now the ball's in your court. You can really do whatever you want now, as you already have the batter on his heels.
Swings one over. Foul ball, which was on another strike. 0-2 count with one out. Banks looking to continue on his night, who's been pretty impressive, if I had to say so myself.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what you want to see as a coach. How can my player handle adversity? What can he do? Because, I mean, there's only so much you can see in fall ball when you guys are playing each other. But when you actually see an opponent face-to-face here, that becomes where you really get to see what kind of player you got.
Ball call right there, counting out 1-2 with one out. Shannon Martin still up at bat. Banks swings one over. On a run now. Slides over to third base.
And that's a good job. That's a good job by Bennett there of seeing the ball in dirt, having a good secondary, and just getting gone. Like I said, in this conference, you want to play, you got to be able to run, and that's exactly what he does there.
Speed element is in baseball, something you cannot teach in relatively no sports. Basketball, football, the speed element is what kills. Count now 2-2. Taking his time, swings one over. Too high for Martin.
And just like that, with one out and a runner on third base, the Grambling Tigers can do exactly what Southern did and tie this game up.
Full count, Banks swings and a strike.
Went upstairs with some heat at 89 miles an hour. Shannon Martin with his second strikeout of the day. And just like that, Southern can exhale. They're not in the clear. Runner's still on third base. But one out, that becomes a dangerous game. You're trying to protect your one-run lead.
Chris Marcellus up at bat, swings one over. Banks. Let's talk about the job of a pitcher here in this situation. 2 outs, 1 ball, bottom of the fourth. Talk about the job that the pitcher has to go through at this point in time.
I mean, definitely. You don't want to give them anything too easy to hit, as it can become very. You lose that one-run lead if you throw something over the plate. But you have to throw strikes. You want to get them to chase, but you don't want to give them anything over the plate, as we've already seen today that this team is capable of utilizing the long ball. And you just have to make them get out of themselves.
Count now 1-1 with 2 outs. Marcellus at the bat, swings one over. Is now Banks. Short. Ball call will be called. Count now 2-1.
Marcellus is in such a patient batter. I mean, he's drawn walks all this weekend, and as a catcher behind the plate, you become pretty familiar with the strike zone, and Banks is not getting him to chase at all.
Too far out of reach for Marcellus. Count now 3-1. 2 outs.
Marcellus looking for something over the plate. He can drive here.
And short again. No, a strike. Full count.
And this is where things get a little dicey. Both sides getting loud as they understand this is a pressured field situation.
Swing. Hits it. Left outfield with some arc to it. On the run is Marcellus. Caught, and that'll be a in to the bottom of the fourth.
Pulls that ball a little bit more. He'd have a Crawford box home run, but he hits it to the deepest part of the field, unfortunately.
Hits it to the deepest part of the field, which resulted in 0 runs for neither team. 4-3 lead Southern University has over Grambling State Tigers. I'm your host, Travis Petty, alongside me, Jay Latham. We'll come right back at the start of the 5th. Top of the fifth here in Houston, Texas. We're live from the Houston Astros Stadium from Dakin Park. Travis Pate alongside me, Jay Latham, Rashard Grace up at bat, seeing from Madison, Mississippi.
Grace had a double in his last at bat. Man, talk about Southern really holding it down in that last inning. Is with less than 2 outs, they had that runner on third base. Grambling had a runner on third base, and they managed to get out of that jam.
Count that one. When we talk about the nuances off camera, you have to think some of these hitters will start to get a chance to learn some of Martinez's pitches.
And it goes vice versa as well. I mean, deeper in this game, we're starting to see that you're learning about the pitch. You're learning about the hitters as well. As although they gave up three in the first, they've it's been next to no action after that. They've been finding ways. They've been learning the tendencies of hitters, and that's the thing about playing early in the season is you don't really know anybody and what they're capable of. You go off a tape from last season or what you learned last season, but this is a whole new year, and these are new teams essentially.
Learning from the tape, 3-1. Strike call, counting out 3-2, full count. 0 outs for Rashard Grace up at bat, senior from Madison, Mississippi.
Hitting cleanup. Let's see if we can get a little boomstick power from him.
Talk about the boom. Foul call, sends up into the second deck. Still a full count. Mason Martinez, the pitcher. Martinez going to hit Grace, and Grace is going to have a relatively not that long stroll over to first base.
And that's what you like to call a saving grace. When you're in a count like that, 3-2, or 2 strikes on you in general, and you see that pitch coming right at you, sometimes you just got to stand there and take it because you know at times it's harder to get a hit than anything in this game.
Martinez. A little low for Tosh Bates. Top of the fifth. Cactus Jack. HBCU Classic. You see a little bit of a huddle again, this time from Grambling State. What do you believe this could be for?
We've been seeing an issue with the pitcher Martinez spiking some of those off-speed pitches. So I think maybe he's talking to Martinez, letting him know, like, hey, we can make it a little adjustment here, figure something out. As now it appears there's a pitcher for Grambling State warming up in the bullpen. If I had a pair of binoculars, I could be able to call out that number.
Bates still the hitter. Martinez again, a little low for Bates. Too well. Do you still feel as if you could get back up out there on that field and still play baseball?
I'd definitely have to shake off the rust if that is the case. Give me a week or two, I might be able to get back into the groove of things. But I respect what these guys are doing. A lot of guys I know, as that ball's ripped down the line off the third baseman's glove.
On a run now, third base. Bates gets over to second base.
That's a good piece of hitting, and that's one of the things you talked about, like how hard it is to play each position. At third base, you have to have some of the fastest reactions in the game, and they don't call it the hot corner for nothing. That was a bullet hit right at him.
Bullet hit right at him. You just spoke about it. You said give you about 1 or 2 weeks. You feel like as if you could have caught that ball if you was over at third base?
Oh, nah. I was never interested in the infield, man. Those hops are a little too nasty. I'll respect what they do there, but if it's in the air, I think I got a chance at it.
Tyree Cardinal up at bat, singing from Clinton, Mississippi. 0 outs. Carr trying to implement the ball.
Small ball, such an impactful part of the game. I mean, it's very selfless for sure, but as a team, if you can't defend the small ball, you'll get exposed by it, and it'll be ruthless.
Foul ball by Carr.
And that becomes another part of small ball as well, is when you get to bunting and bunting and bunting, it brings the infielders in, but then when you get to swinging, there's less of a reaction time there, and that balls are more prone to getting through the infield, as they're playing to defend that play at the plate, as they don't want to go. Grambling does not want to go down 2 runs.
Getting him a Martinez. Carr. The first out on the night.
Good piece of PFP right there. That's the best scenario in that at bat for Grambling State, is just to get the ball right back to the pitcher. Runner can't go home because it's too close, and you get the easy out at first.
Shout out to our crew for picking that things up on their camera and over there at first base. Donnell Sandifer up at bat, junior from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Top of the 5th, Martinez.
So we were getting a squeeze play there, as we had runner on third coming home. That was Grace, but the bunt did not come down. And the squeeze play is one of the most exciting plays in baseball because there's so many things happening at once.
Ball call will be called. Count now 1-1.
Now with the squeeze play, and clearly showing by their defense, they're wanting to defend that play at home. They not only have to field that ball and get it in, but the catcher has the pressure of defending that ball is crushed in the gap. That's going to bring in 2 for sure.
Sandifer still on the run. That's definitely going to bring in 2. Sandifer gets over to second base. 2 runs by the Southern University.
And they said,
good hitting by Donnell Sandifer, which now resulted in 6 runs for Southern University. Grambling State only with 3.
And Sandifer says he does not care for your bunt sign. He's going to send one to the outfielders. Picks up 2 more RBIs on the year.
Jacoby Radcliffe now up at bat, junior from Chicago, Illinois. Bunt, Radcliffe on the run with the speed, gets there.
That was a great bunt. Just rolled foul just at the end there. He almost outran that ball. That was a great piece of bunting. I mean, that's textbook by the first baseman. You want to watch that thing as it has a chance to roll foul, but he almost performed some Louisiana voodoo keeping that ball on the line.
And we talked about it, the speed that Southern University has, the talent that they have. They can compete with almost any team in the SWAC. Now Coach will talk things over. Live from News to Astros Stadium, Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Lathan, Cactus Jack Foundation HBCU Classic, going on from February 14th through February 16th. The 3rd year that they've been doing this. Let's just speak about this. 3rd year doing this, putting more exposure towards HBCUs.
Oh, it's definitely necessary. I mean, these teams are stacked with talent. I mean, you got guys from HBCUs making it to the pros, and you got to understand, making it to the next level is an accomplishment in itself, whether you're at a D1, D2, D3, NAIA. And a lot of people, when they think D1, they think the Texases, the Texas A&M, the LSUs. But this is Division I baseball as well, and it's arguably more entertaining than those levels of baseball.
First pitch was too low for Radcliffe. Count now 1-1 with 1 out for Southern University, picking up 2 runs at the top of the 5th.
Radcliffe here looking to avoid the golden sombrero with 3 strikeouts. I don't want to give him the announcer's curse here with the 1-1 count.
Ball's a little outside. 2-1 call with 1 out. So far for the announcer jinx. with the speed. On the run now to third base. He sneaks it over.
And that's a great jump by Sandifer as he saw the pitch in the dirt and instantly he was gone. He had a good secondary. The feet were active and the opportunity arose, and now he has a stolen bag and he's one hit away.
Counting out 3-1 with 1 out. Martinez. They're going to call a strike.
Radcliffe thought that was a little up in the zone, but dials it back in here as he understands he's got a full count and a job to do.
Hit again, Radcliffe. Left outfield. Caught.
Difficult catch there for the left fielder. Cameron Hill turned around multiple times to make that catch, but in the end, Radcliffe does the job bringing the run home on the sac fly.
3 runs so far at the top of the 5th. Six to 3, Southern University over Grambling State. The Grambling State team started out hot in the first. Now things sort of turned down for them. You're Grambling State head coach. What are you talking to your team about?
If I'm Coach Pierre, we just got to relax. We got to relax. We got to calm down as this is going to be the end of the day for Niles Banks as he went 4 2/3, excuse me. Went 4 2/3 innings. Went 4 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 7 hits, but he did have a handful of strikeouts here as we count this up. This is the end of the day for Martinez, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 strikeouts on the day. Respectable outing. It's just some days things don't go your way.
Some things don't go away. If you're a player, what's up that you can see? Look, like they switched pitchers out. Number 15 would not be in the game for Grambling State. 2 outs, 6-3 lead Southern University has, and a change at pitcher for Grambling State.
That's Ethan Bates is number 15 for the G-Men. Number 15, Ethan Bates, is from Anderson, Indiana. 6'1", left-handed pitcher. He's a graduate player.
The switching of the pitcher. And you think about it, 3 runs at the top of the 5th. I mean, if you're a head coach, would you not have made the same decision?
I mean, yeah, things are getting out of hand. Clearly, your pitcher's gone very deep in this game, and he threw a good amount of pitches there. I mean, he definitely faced a lot of batters. Faced 27 batters. He had 10 strikeouts on the day. Double digit. I mean, that's a solid outing. He gave up 6 earned runs, though. And wouldn't be the worst of outings.
Top of the field, Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Latham, Southern University, leading, taking their time. After the change of pitching, Ethan Bates now being the game at the top of the 5th. We'll take a break. We'll come right back as both teams still talk things over. Right back here for live action at the top of the fifth. Ethan Bates will now take over from Mason Martinez at pitcher for the G-Men. 7-3 lead Southern University. 2 out so far. The G-Men have forced on the Southern University Jaguars. Kelsey White Jr. up at bat. First pitch from Bates will result in the ball call.
And the relief pitching spot it's a rough one. It's not built for everyone. I mean, a lot of times you inherit bad situations. In this situation right here, you have no runners on, but you are pitching in a deficit, and you don't want to add to it.
Don't want to add to it. 2 outs, 2 balls. Count now 2-0. Kelsey White Jr. from Ellenwood, Georgia. Throws. First strike by Bates on tonight.
All-time record for these two teams is 49-53 in favor of Southern. But Grambling is looking to fight back and even it.
Count 3-1 with 2 outs. It's again, we're going to have 4 balls and a stroll from White over to first base.
And the leash is short here for Coach Pierre, as he doesn't want this lead to get out of hand. He already has another pitcher warming up in the bullpen. So if this guy, Ethan Bates, cannot find the zone, his outing will be short-lived.
And what does that mean if you're on the G-Men team? What's the mindset of this team right now? You spoke about it, having another pitcher in the dugout, practicing things over pitching.
You just got to get out. You got 2 outs here. You're looking to just stop the bleeding at this point. As you guys put up 3 runs yourself in the first inning, and you got to look to scratch and claw and dig yourself out of a hole once again.
What a hit from Biker. Left outfield, caught. And that'll do it. Any closing remarks before the bottom of the 5th?
Grambling, you got some work to do.
Grambling's got some work to do. Travis Petty, Jay Lathan, we'll take a break as well because we have some stuff to do as well. We'll take a break. Welcome everyone back. Bottom of the fifth and a change at pitcher for Southern University. Amar McGowan went out check in for Now Banks. Hit again. Left field.
And Keanu Jacobs-Grishard, that is the way you want to start it off. This man has been hot all weekend. And knowing you have a deficit, that's exactly what you want to do there. See a new pitcher in there. The last guy was shutting y'all down. This might be a new hope of life with things changing.
McGowan, right-handed pitcher. Bottom of the fifth, Martavius Thomas now up at bat. And not so good job at pitching for McGowan to start things off.
He's a local kid from Tomball, Texas. Is probably about 45 minutes away. And maybe the nerves getting to him here.
Nia Haynes now up at bat. New Orleans, Louisiana senior. On the run over to third base. And he's safe.
And the speed from Jacobs-Grishard coming off lethal here, as they know they're chasing runs and they're trying to get them back in a hurry.
Trying to get back in a hurry. Have not had any points since the first inning. Been shut out. Second, third, fourth. Now we're at the bottom of the fifth. Swings it over. McGowan taking his time.
And free base right there from Martavius Thomas, as the catcher has to dive and defend that ball from going to the backstop, stopping the runner on third from coming home. Allows Martavius Thomas to easily advance.
A hit, no, foul ball by Haynes. First strike on the night. 2 balls, 1 strike, count now 2-1.
And now we're talking about a favorable position for the G-men with no outs, and they already have 2 runners in scoring position.
Some speed right there by McGowan.
McGowan really struggling to find that release point, man. He's been all over the strike zone today. Not many for strikes. Is through 6 pitches. He's only thrown 2 strikes. And now through 7 pitches, he only has 2 strikes and 2 hit batters.
The nervousness from McGowan. You see the catcher go over there talking over to McGowan. What do you feel as if it's going through the mind of McGowan during this time?
He's just trying to find a release point. And I feel once he'll be able to throw a strike, he'll find a rhythm. As that's Coach Crenshaw going out there to talk to his pitcher.
Bottom of the fifth, HBCU Coastal Classic, Great HBCU Classic, Cactus Jack Foundation. We will come right back as both teams talk things over. Look, we're going to stay right here. Participated alongside me, Jay Lathan, 7-3 lead Southern University has over the G-men. The G-men down by 4. Southern University 7-3. If you're a winner in this mindset, take me through the mindset of the Southern University team. You're up 7-3, bottom of the fifth. What are you looking to do to the G-men?
Just really looking to smother all life of hope. Obviously, with the bases juiced here, you have to defend the play at the plate. Well, you honestly don't have to when you're leading by 4 runs, but ideally you'd like to get a ground ball, keep it in the infield, get a quick double play, and really deflate the Tigers right here.
Gotta reach for Cameron Hill.
And this is a frustrating performance from McGowan for sure, as he's just struggling to find the zone. Pitching with a lead, this is the ideal dream for a reliever.
Pitching with the lead down. Left field, Cameron Hill on the run. First run, good. Hill still on the run. 2 runs. Hill, did he get it? Safe, 3 runs.
That's a bases clearing double for Cameron Hill. Talking about job's not finished. I didn't hear a bell, and they're right back in this thing, waving to their 2-hole there, 3-hole, excuse me.
And this is what we just saw performance with Jackson State being down by 4 runs. Now they bring themselves right back into the ball game.
And this is why they're the SWAC champs. Every single time you think they're down, they're not out. And when you stop believing in them, guess what? They still believe in themselves.
Foul ball right there. McGowan still the pitcher. Frustrating night he's had.
It's only been early. I mean, 10 pitches we're talking about. 10 pitches. He's only thrown 4 strikes. And he's given up 3 runs already.
Not the performance you've been looking for. Hit again. Brown, left field. Brown on the run. Over to third base. Brown gets over to second base. It's like we're going to have a tie ball game up. Another run. 4 runs at the bottom of the 5th by the G-men.
And just like that, they're back in this game. And McGowan is getting hit like he stole something here.
Wow. I mean, what a performance from the G-men. Bottom of the 5th. You haven't really scored any points since the first inning. Bottom of the 5th, you score 4 runs. Ball game now tied at 7 apiece. Frustrating night for McGowan.
Definitely. It's definitely a frustrating night. It's the first outing of the year, and it's not what you want to see.
Jalen Bennett now up at bat. We'll see what the head coach does for Southern University. Will he make a change at pitcher? Jalen Bennett up at bat. If you're the head coach for Southern University, do you make a change at pitcher?
I'm making a call down to the bullpen. I'm telling guys to get hot and get hot fast. He's yet to get it out so far in this inning. And this is what we talked about at the beginning of the inning. When you change pitchers and you're in a dominant position, it could potentially give the mojo back to the other team as they feel they have a new chance. They weren't really hitting the last guy before.
Niall Banks, the last pitcher. Now McGowan up at bat. Correction, pitching. Jalen Bennett. McGowan again out of reach. And Bennett's going to get another stroll to first base. McGowan has to be feeling the pressure.
No doubt. And, I mean, like we said, this game is a game of momentum. And it just is hard to stop a bad thing. It's really hard to stop a bad thing until you find the solution. The only time he's thrown strikes, he's been hit hard. So every other time he's getting hit batters, he's really just struggling to find a command in the zone.
Bottom of the 5th. 4 runs by the G-men. What a performance. Score now 7-7.
As it looks like that will be the end of the day for Amari McGowan, as he gives up 4 hits. Gives up 4 hits and 4 runs in that inning alone.
Alone. Repeat it. Alone. 4 runs at the bottom of the 5th after only having 3 runs in the first inning. The G-men explode, and you see their fans getting into it.
The Tigers are roaring and roaring loud over the Jaguars, really debating over who's the king of the jungle.
Debating who's over the king of the jungle. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Latham. We will come right back as it will be the G-men's next turn up at bat. Oliver Brown now up at the pitcher for Southern University from Chicago, Illinois, a junior. Let's see what he does. No outs. The G-men score 4 runs in that fifth, at the bottom of the fifth.
And I don't think it's over yet. I do not think it's over yet. They have no outs, runners on first and second, and we're still in the meat of this lineup at the 7 hole.
The first strike at the bottom of the fifth.
As this is a substitution as well, as there's a pinch hit, James Woody comes in. He comes in hitting for Aries Gardner. Same thing happened yesterday.
A sophomore from Ridgeland, Mississippi. And man, I feel bad for McGowan. I really do.
Definitely sucks being in front of the home crowd. I'm sure he's got some family in the stands, as this is only about a 40-minute drive to the stadium for them. And that's the performance you gave them.
And in all essence, brought them back in this ball game.
It really did. When you think about it, it really did.
And another hit again. And pitching from Southern University.
And Southern right now cannot buy a strike. This is truly a problem for Coach Crenshaw. If he cannot find a guy that can throw strikes, he'll be out there all day. We'll be in the 4th inning. We'll be in the 4th, 5th inning forever. Because you cannot defend walks. That's one thing you cannot do. I'd much rather my guys be getting hit. That lets me know they're throwing strikes. We can work with that. Eventually, they'll start hitting in the outs. But a balk right there. We get a balk by Southern's pitcher, Oliver Brown. And this is getting ugly for the Jaguars.
Ugly, yes, indeed. Again, runs on the board, points on the board. Grambling State takes the lead, 8-7. The true definition of beating yourself is not allowing negative plays that were caused by you. Southern University has definitely done that. Negative plays, and the momentum is definitely on the G-men side. I asked you off camera, the momentum in baseball, the baseball shifting of momentum. Being that I played basketball and football growing up, this is an entirely new sport, this baseball aspect. The momentum is definitely on the side of the G-men.
And I'm telling you right now, it's a huge momentum swing, and the G-men are riding the wave. I'd rather call this a tsunami, as the avalanche of runs has gone nonstop, and Jaguars don't even have an out.
Don't even have an out. Shannon Martin up at bat. A junior from New Orleans, Louisiana. Oliver Brown, the pitcher. Swing and a miss.
Big hack there by Martin. He's looking to join the hit parade that the Tigers have put up here.
It's been a hit party here in Houston Astros Stadium if you're the G-men. Hit after hit. 5 runs at the bottom of the 5th. 8-7 lead Grambling State has over Southern University.
Umpires here believing to have some sort of discussion here. I think they're having a see what they're talking about.
While they talk things over, we'll take a break as well. Southern University Jaguars beating up themselves. The G-men leading 8-7. We'll come right back as the umpires talk things over. Bringing us back here, bottom of the fifth. Umpires talking things over. Oliver Brown, the pitcher for Southern University. 2 strikes. We haven't said 2 strikes for Southern University in quite a while.
Oh, definitely.
Hit again. Caught. Brown swings it over. Martin will be out.
And looks like a prayer from the heavens was answered there as they get their first out of the inning.
Oliver Brown comes in, gets the first out. Something we haven't said recently.
It's been a long wait for that first out.
Hit center field. Marcellus on the run. Caught. Swings it over. Another run again for the G-men.
And this is what we talked about. You just got to find a way to get the outs by any means necessary. Even if you have to give up a run, you get outs and you move closer to ending this onslaught of runs by Grambling.
The onslaught of runs, 9-7. 2 outs.
But not a bad at bat at all for Marcellus as he gets the sac fly to add an RBI to his stat line.
Keanu Jacobs-Richard. A strike. Oliver Brown, the pitcher. It went from now Banks to Amar McGowan to now Oliver Brown. 3 pitchers.
Disagrees with the call there. Coach Pete. Grambling State coach is gonna go down from the third base line, and talk to his 9-hole hitter, trying to calm him down a little bit as he did not agree with that call in the slightest.
Did you agree with the call?
I think the call was reasonably fair. I feel like it was somewhere over the plate. I'm not sure on where it was up or down, but if you're Gouchard, you know they've been struggling to put it over the plate. So just flush it. You know the momentum's still on y'all side, and you've been hot this weekend. Keep it rolling, bro. Don't let one bad call ruin your time.
Ruin your time. 6 runs at the bottom of the fifth, 2 outs. It's been almost, it feels like forever since we've had and again, between the arms and some more runs. Again, more points on the board for the G-men. It's become a tyrant.
Just get a wild pitch right there, bringing in another run. It's now 10 runs.
See the work of our cameraman getting those shots. Hit again, right over the shortstop. And now they'll do it. What a game from the G-men at the bottom of the fifth. 7 runs after not scoring any runs since the first inning. They explode at the bottom of the field. Charles Pitt alongside me, Jay Lathan. You're watching the Cactus Jack Foundation, the HBCU Classic. We'll come right back at the start of the 6th. Bringing us back here at the top of the sixth after the explosion from the G-men at the bottom of the fifth. 7 runs to take the lead, 10-7 lead the G-men have over Southern University. Hit again from Cameron Bird. Bird on the run over to first base. Swings it over. And he'll be out.
Strong throw there by the shortstop, Nyan Hayes. He's been having a good weekend with the glove.
First out. And we got to talk about the bottom of the fifth. I mean, we have to talk about it. 7 runs. It went from Nyland Banks to now you have 2 pitchers rotating. Amar McGowan, now over to Oliver Brown. Southern University has to be thinking about what could have gone wrong.
I mean, there's not what could have gone wrong.
What did go wrong?
We clearly saw what went wrong is the inability to find the zone. Is there was a handful of hit batters that inning, and when they did throw strikes, they were hit hard. So it means that's a telltale sign that pitchers are missing spots. So command is the issue.
Command is the issue. If you're head coach, what do you tell your team? I mean, we were leading 6-3 at one point. Now you're down 10-7.
Just got to roll with the ebbs and flows of the game. You got to flush it, move on, and just keep on swinging.
Keep on swinging it is. Over the shortstop. Galen Mack on the run. Gets over to first base.
Into the dugout for the out of play. Automatic double there. That's going to be a E6. And sometimes the cannon just goes a little loose there. That throw went awry into the dugout.
Ethan Bates, the pitcher for Grambling State. Rashard Grace now up at bat. Talk about the job that Ethan Bates has done at pitcher for the G-men.
I mean, he's done an absolute, as good as a job as he can. It seems like every pitcher in this game is getting hit and hit hard. You know, the typical saying is that early in the season that hitters are at a disadvantage. They have a hard time catching up to live pitching. But clearly this is going against the grain.
Count now 1-0 with 1 out. Rashard Grace up at bat, a senior from Madison, Mississippi. Bates with some speed on that one, 81 miles per hour.
Rashard Grace, no stranger to being hit by pitches. That's a common theme going on in this game. Is they might be a little bad blood, but I hope these pitches aren't intentional.
What could have gone wrong went wrong for Southern University. Count now 2-1 with 1 out, 10-7 lead. Grambling State has over Southern University. We were just talking about Southern University, the talent they have. And we talk about in sports, you don't want to beat yourself with heads up, stuff in your shoe that just give you that little ick, that little nick. And that's something that happened for them. Pitcher, hitting player, like you talked about, you can't defend walk-ons.
Can't defend walks at all. And not only is defending walks an issue, but it puts your defense to sleep. I mean, when your defense isn't moving around, making plays, keeping that arm loose, they mentally and physically go a little dead. And then that leads to more prone issues with errors and things of that nature. And that's why if you're gonna have a bad day as a pitcher, as a position player myself, I'd much rather it be because you got hit, not because you couldn't throw strikes.
Full count with 1 out. Bates. Stealing his third base. Jalen Mack of Southern University.
Get a stolen base there by Mack. On a 3-2, got a good lead and a good jump. But once again, Grambling's pitching with a lead, so they're not really too worried about it.
Coach will talk things over. HBCU Classic, February 14th through February 16th, 2025, here in Houston, Texas, presented by Travis Scott, Travis Petty, and Jay Latham on the call. 10-7 lead Grambling State has over Southern University. Top of the sixth. Head coach talking things over with Grambling State. Their comeback has to be one for the ages. Down 6-3 at one point, then you get 7 runs at the bottom of the fifth. I mean, the confidence has to be brewing for this team.
Absolutely. I mean, You talk about getting on runs in basketball. A big run happened here in baseball. Is runs typically are a premium in this game, but in this game specifically, they look to come by very easy, a dime a dozen.
Coming in bunches. Taj Bates. Top of the 6 here. Hit again by Bates. Right field. Bates on the run. Swings it over. Over to second place. We're going to have 2 runs.
And that's just a good piece of hitting there by Taj Bates. That brings in another RBI.
Southern University gets up on the scoreboard. Still with 1 out. The score is still 10-8 after the run by Jalen Mack.
Tyreek Carr now steps in. He has a double and a strikeout today.
Jalen Lucky swings it over. Swing and a miss. For Lucky. Count now 0-1 with 1 out. Ethan Bates, the pitcher. Foul ball right there by Lucky. Now 2 strikes. 0-2 is the count. Count out 0-2, Jalen Lucky. And out the first ball call on Lucky. Count now 1-2 with 1 out.
As Lucky is coming to the game to pinch hit for the left fielder, Tyreek Carr.
Swing and a miss again for Lucky. It's now 2 outs. Ethan Bates with the good pitching.
Got him to chase there. He's heavily relying on that outside part of that zone. Just kept widening it a little bit more and a little bit more.
Donnell Sandifer up at bat. Foul ball by Sandifer. Count now 0-1 with 2 outs.
Coach Pierre makes an adjustment to his outfielders, getting them to shift right field side, understanding that Sandifer is looking to go to the right side of the field to bring runners.
Hit again by Sandifer, left field. And that'll do it. 3 outs right there at the top of the 6th. Only 1 run by the Southern University Jaguars. 10-8 lead G-Men have over the Jaguars. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Latham. We're live from the HBCU Classic. We'll take a step back, and we'll come right back. Bottom of the sixth here. Travis Pate alongside me, Jay Lathan. Welcome to Dyken Park. Bottom of the sixth. Southern University only ending with 1 run at the top of the sixth. Still down 10-8.
And once again, Oliver Brown starts the inning with the ball. Southern really struggling to find the zone here in the past 2 innings.
Pitch again out of reach for Martavius Thomas.
Martavius Thomas was one of the earlier players in last inning as they nearly batted around in that last inning.
No, 3 balls. And again, 4 balls to start things off. Martavius Thomas will have an easy stroll over to first base.
And once again, failure to find the zone is potentially be the downfall of the Jaguars.
The pitching has been the downside to the Southern University team. Starting at the bottom of the 5th, looks like it will continue. Oliver Brown, the pitcher.
As the Grambling starts the ball chant, and it is quickly silenced by Oliver.
Brown back over to keep Thomas honest.
Nyan Hayes was one of the victims of that assault of hit by pitches that went down last inning. Looking to maybe find a bat to make contact with this time.
And a strike call. Brown looking to redeem himself. 0-2 is the count. Brown swings over to first base. Nyan Hayes up at bat, senior from New Orleans, Louisiana. Could be a real game-changing inning right here if the Jaguars could manage to get out of this without giving up any more. They could be right back in this. They're only down 2. And as we've seen, on pretty much every inning where there's been scoring, it's been more than 1. Wow. Hit by Hayes with some distance right out the right field.
Good range showing off right there by the right fielder. That'd be Cameron Bird.
First out for Southern University. The bottom of the 6th. Cameron Hill now up at bat. Junior from Jackson, Mississippi. You talked about it. Southern University is still in this game. Only down by 2. Just can't beat yourself. You got to start off with things like that, getting your first strike again.
Getting ahead in counts is so essential. So essential for each at bat. Allows you some versatility. It allows you to stray away from the fastball, which they were sitting on.
And what a hit again from Hill. Hill with the running over to second base. And it looks like more runs again for the G-men.
And scoring from first, showing off the wheels. That's the center fielder, Martavius Thomas, showing you why he's out there in the outfield covering so much ground. As once he seen that ball roll off the wall, he did not stop. There was not even a thought. That third base coach sent him running.
And we just spoke about it. Southern University was still in this game. You couldn't give up runs. You just gave up your first run at the bottom of the 7th. Now you're down 11-8.
And we've been talking about it all weekend. That left field is the hardest position to play right now in Minute Maid, as it's got some awkward, nasty angles with the Crawford boxes, additionally, and how the wall dips back going into the bullpen. And right there, once again, it just showed. If you're not used to this, which is none of the teams here, this is their home park. You got to adjust to it.
Playing at a neutral site like here in Astros Stadium, Dakin Park, Astros community. Count now 1-1 with 1 out.
Attempted frame job there by the Southern catcher. Umpire is not fooled by it, though.
Hit again by Brown, but a foul ball. Up to the second deck. Count now 2-2. Oliver Brown, take me through the mindset of what he's thinking right now. 1 out, count now 2-2. I already have 1 run by the G-men. What's going through the mind of Mr. Brown?
Honestly, I feel like the worst that was going to happen already happened last inning. And here you just got to get in there and just throw strikes. Throw strikes. You can't get intimidated by the situation. You can't let the moment overpower you, because playing in the SWAC, the crowd's going to talk. The team's going to talk. And if you don't show up and shut them up, that's the only way you can do it, is with your performance. You're going to crumble.
Stuff like that, doing things like that.
And that's how you do it.
Get him to shut up. Now with 2 outs, Oliver Brown up that pitch for Southern University. 11-8 lead, 11-8 lead for the G-men. Jalen Bennett now up at bat. Dallas, Texas senior.
Bennett was a part of that inning where there were multiple hit batters. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he was the one who started the trend of hit batters in last inning.
Started the trend like TikTok. Things just started to go on from there. Bennett hits it over. Right field. Caught out by the field. Bennett over to first base, and more runs again.
And that's going to be a trap play there, as right fielder took a risk diving for that ball, but he managed to stop it. If he doesn't stop it, that ball's going to have a nice long roll to the wall.
And maybe we're even talking about more runs for the G-men. 12-8 lead Grambling State has over Southern University.
Just a smooth swing right there. There's just guys that bat through the zone. He doesn't do too much, just flicks his wrist, fillets it to right field for the RBI single.
Foul ball right there by James Woody II.
Woody here substituted midway through the game, came in for Aries Gardner, was hit by a pitch in his first at bat.
Swing and a miss again from Woody.
Woody now looking to get in on the action as he's seen all his teammates get hits. He wants to join in as well. Swinging to do damage.
0-2 count. Brown.
Hit that right out the catcher's glove for the foul tip.
Brown taking the time. Too high for Woody.
And you can judge by the body language of Brown is that he's a little antsy up there. He's trying. He understands that this situation is not good, and he's just trying to get out of it by any means necessary.
Hit high arc. Skies into the air. Caught by the first baseman. And that'll do it from the bottom of the sixth. Southern University, what seems like forever, gets a stop on the G-men. We'll come right back at the top of the seventh. Charles Payne alongside me, Jay Lathan. And we're back here, top of the 7th here. Travis Petty alongside me, Jay Latham. We've seen it all so far in this game, Mr. Latham.
No doubt. Yesterday it was heat, and there was Yesterday was chilly, excuse me. Today we got heat. Yesterday we had tightly notched battles. Today we have high scoring back and forth.
Jacoby Radcliffe up at bat. Junior from Chicago, Illinois. 8-12 lead the G-men have over the Jaguars.
Jacoby Radcliffe with an RBI sac fly in his last outing. Being the leadoff guy here for the inning, you have to just get on base. You understand you're facing a deficit. It can't be done by you. You just have to get on base and hope to pass it along.
And another one. That's been the theme of tonight. Pitchers hitting batters. Easy walks over to first base. You talked about it. You can't defend walks.
Cannot defend walks, and I don't know about you, but I think the trainers are going to have to get plenty of ice after this game. I think we might be in the double digits when it comes to hit by pitches.
Kelsey White Jr. up at bat. And a strike.
It's a great Picasso piece right there as he paints the outside of the zone. Strike one in the count. Relief pitching in with such a lead. It's the dream. It's the dream of all relief pitchers to come into the game with a multi-run lead. And you see your offense is producing in all facets of the game. So you go inning to inning, really pitching carefree. You're only worried about yourself. You're not worried about defending anything because you have a cushion.
Looks like that would be a ball count right there. 1-1 count. You spoke to me off camera, learning the different terminology of different sports, learning the terminology, getting to know the different aspects. Also, we expect the same thing for pitchers and the batters, learning the different aspects of what these pitchers are going to be throwing at them. Yeah,
I mean, the old saying goes is that you start to realize that pitchers on the mound are really just hitters that realize they couldn't hit. And that's what I like to describe pitching as. I describe it as you just attacking where a hitter can't hit. And some of the best advice you can receive about hitting is from pitchers, because they sit there and they watch what you can't do and they attack that weak point every single time. And my high school coach used to say, hitters majority of the time do not hit pitches. They hit mistakes.
Good hit right there. Looked like that'll be a foul ball.
It's a great play made there by the first baseman for Grambling, James Woody II.
That'll be out. Biker now up at bat for Southern University. Top of the 7th. Biker, the speed. Only a freshman.
Yeah, at the lone triple of this tournament, I mean, he's definitely making some noise, trying to solidify his spot as a young gun.
One out, Benny Biker, freshman. Just talk about what it means for a freshman to play in this type of environment, get the kind of looks from scouts. And on the run now is Radcliffe.
Great jump. Absolutely great jump there as he slides in all day. Safe. And this is why pickoffs matter so much when it comes to the SWAC conference, as you don't keep an eye on that runner, they get gone. But like you were saying, when you put a freshman out on the field, that's a statement. That kid only had about 5-6 months to prove himself over guys that have been there in the program, guys that have came in and out the portal, and he's competing against grown men. And he made a statement and said he deserves to belong on that field. And additionally, he's hitting leadoff. So this really shows you what caliber of player that Benny is.
Radcliffe again throws it too high. Radcliffe on the run over the home plate. An easy run.
And that right there is how you do it. Speed applies pressure. And as I said yesterday, rushed baseball is not smooth baseball, and that causes the error by the catcher there. So he sends that ball in the outfield, and the runner, Radcliffe, comes on home.
A run at the top of the 7th. Barker's still up at bat. Count now 1-2 with 1 out.
Stolen base and then an E2 for those doing the book.
And again by Biker over to first base. Biker on the run. He's over to the pitcher. Drops and the Biker gets over to first base.
And the PFP practice there was not in time. I mean, the speed there became a foot race between Ethan Bates and Bakar. And Bakar wins right there.
The speed, and we just talked about it. Freshman. Only had 5 to 6 months. That's why you put him on the field.
Yeah, a ball, when you have that kind of speed, a ball on the ground, even if it's in the infield, can be a hit because the defense has to make a play.
That will be a ball call. Count now 1-0.
Bates is a left-handed pitcher, so a lot of runners on first base will be gone on first movement, so we'll potentially see a lot of action on the base pass, especially with Bates coming with this interesting arm angle. I'd say that's about maybe a 230 arm slot, so you're going to get a lot of horizontal movement on pitches. For a right-handed batter, that sweeps right into your sweet spot. So we could see some pitches turned on, and we'll see hopefully a lot of stolen bases as we already have in this inning.
Okay, that'll be a ball call. Count 3-0 with 1 out. Cameron Bird up at bat.
And man, I know we feel like this game is one-sided, but Southern's put up 9 runs in their own right. We have a combined 21 runs so far in this game, and there's still 2.5 more innings to go.
Walk over to first base will be Cameron Bird. Now to again will be Jalen Mack up at bat. It's not often you see here. Basically in this tournament, this has been the most high-scoring game of the Classic so far. 12-9 score.
It truly is, and this is going to be the end of the day for Ethan Bates. So far, he gave up 1 run, gave up 3 walks, surrendered 2 runs on 2 hits in it 1 2/3 innings.
Trying to see who will replace Bates.
It's going to be number 26. .26 for the G-men is Thomas Linden.
Now in their third pitcher are the Grambling State Tigers. Both teams on their relatively third pitchers. Thomas Linden.
Thomas Layden is the left-handed pitcher, 6 foot 190 junior from Omaha, Nebraska.
Traveled a long way, all the way out to Houston, Texas.
Some would say a whole new world.
So he get things warming up. Cactus Jack Foundation on HBCU Classic. While things talking through, we'll take a break right here on HBCU Coastal Classic. Charles Pay alongside me, Jay Latham. Welcome everyone back. Top of the 7th. Change here at pitching. Thomas. Jalen Mack up at bat.
Thomas looking to grab the reins of this runaway horse that I would call the Southern Jaguars, trying to make sure that they don't get anything more than what they've already gotten. As we've seen this lead change multiple times, it's been a trade of haymakers.
Going to get in the first strike for Thomas Layden. One is the count. Hit again by Mack. Mack, right field. Skies a great hit from Mack. 2 players on the run. Mack is over to second base. Now 2 players on the run to home plate. And Benny Biker gets points for the University Jaguars. 10 to 12 lead. The G-men have against the Oklahoma University. What a hit right there from Mack.
Yeah, Mack did his job as the 3-hole hitter, cleaning up the runners on base, bringing in, slowly closing this gap, and just like that, this is now a 2-run game.
First throw will be a ball. Rashard Grace up at bat.
And just when we thought the haymaker by the Grambling Tigers dropping 7 in the 5th inning would be the knockout blow, they're back in this thing.
Ooh. Some speed on that one.
Man, I wish the gun would have read that pitch. I heard that snap of that catcher's mitt all the way up here.
Ball a little bit too low for Grace. Count now 2-1.
And with 1 out, this is a really dangerous situation as the tying runs are in scoring position.
Was the umpire going to rule?
Check swings ruled he did not go. Grambling was on their toes, believing he did.
Count now 3-1. Foul ball right there from Grace. That will result in a strike.
And Thomas Layden is lighting up the radar. He's hitting the low to mid 90s so far with his fastball. It's definitely a change of pace, one of the faster pitchers we've seen this weekend.
We speak about that. A strike.
High heat struck out on 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
2 outs right here. Now up at bat would be Taj Bates. Looking to not fall into that trap. First one a little too high for Bates.
Change of pace there as the off-speed comes in at 79 miles an hour. The ability to mix pitches can make your 93 look like 100. There's a big hack there as he missed on that fastball.
Well, that was 92 miles per hour. Count now 1-1 with 2 out at the top of the 7th.
And that is a masterpiece, Basquiat-esque, as he painted that outside part of that plate right there, right on the edge.
93 miles per hour.
And you mix speed with location, and you can be a dangerous man on that mound.
And again.
And once again, now just like that, trailing is the Jaguars still by 1. Grambling gets to hold on to that lead, and the momentum is back in their favor, it feels like.
Momentum is back in their favor after the strikeout. It will be the G-men's possession at the bottom of the 7th. You're watching HBCU Classic right here from the Houston Astros Stadium. And we're back here, bottom of the 7th, after the pitching clinic by Thomas Leadon. Don't have a strike right here from Oliver Brown. Shannon Martin up at bat.
They withstood the subtle comeback attempt by the Southern Jaguars. Now Grambling look to add to the insurance here.
But on the outside mid, that will be a ball call. Count now 1-1.
Talk about a flame-throwing performance by Thomas. Really energized that Grambling dugout, who was beginning to feel a little deflated as runners began to get on for the Jaguars.
That ball right there, the pitch right there. 3 balls now thrown by Brown.
So far, still in the positive is Brown.
Head over. Center field. Shannon Martin on the run over to first base.
It's a good piece of hitting, putting bat on ball, driving it right back where it came from. So far, like I said, Oliver Brown's been he's doing better than his previous counterparts, is staying in the positive column of balls to strikes, as he has, through 40 pitches, 23 strikes to 17 balls.
First base is Shannon. Oliver Brown, the pitcher.
Squared around for a bunt there. So, a little bit of small ball we haven't seen much of this game, but Coach Pierre, and just like many other coaches in this conference, understands that small ball is essential, and third baseman's playing a little deep there.
Chris Marcellus. Swing from Brown, 84 miles per hour. Count 2-0. No outs. Rolls it over. Marcellus tried to hit a bunt call again. He was rewarded with the strike. Count 2-1.
He wasn't the biggest fan of that call there. As the hard part about a bunt is you only want to bunt strikes. You don't want to jab. You don't want to lunge at it. You just want to catch it with the bat.
Bunt call by Marcellus. Catcher. Rolls over. Marcellus will be sent out.
And he did a job there. He did exactly what he was told to do in the sacrifice bunt. Moves the runner into scoring position as one of the hotter hitters this weekend. Keanu Jacobs-Grishard steps to the plate. And, man, talk about selfless play. So far, we've seen Chris Marcellus with a sac fly in his last at-bat and now a bunt.
Yeah, Shannon Martin over there at second base. 10-12 lead the G-men have over Southern University. Still talking things over. My fault, I did not mean to cut you off.
Hit by pitch right there by Grishard, man. He's going to need some Epsom salt, and there's going to be a lot of bruises in both teams' dugouts.
You talked about it. Bring out the ice cubes. Right there from Thomas.
Let's see if we count my scorebook so far. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hit batters. 6 hit batters alone for Grambling. And actually, Jalen Bennett was hit twice in back-to-back ABs.
That's crazy enough to say out loud. Pitchers have to do a better job.
Then you go to the other side and you look for Southern. They have had 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hit batters on this side. 6. We're in the double digits here.
And we don't want to talk about where it came from, but everything started at the bottom of the 5th. For the fans at home, the bottom of the fifth was an explosion by the G-men. You talk about explosion, good hit from Montavious Thomas, but it will be caught by the outfield.
Get a bluff tag there, but a little too shallow for Shannon Martin to advance.
Ryan Hayes now up at bat. Two outs so far.
And if you want to talk about another interesting stat line in this game, Southern has stranded 10 batters in this game, and they're trailing by 2 versus Grambling, who's only stranded 3. So not only is it getting runners on base, but what you do when you got them.
Foul ball right there by Haynes. Next game coming up after this, the last call. Basically, the last game coming up at 7 p.m., the Prairie View versus Texas Southern. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen.
I think every day so far, we're only in day 2 out of 3 of this tournament, we've had a price of admission game, and I think if you're a fan of offense, this is the place to be. I mean, we've seen home runs, we've seen hit batters, we've seen stolen bases. There's nothing short of action-packed game.
We've seen it all. With the speed, Ryan Hayes up at bat, 80 miles per hour. Throw right there from Brown.
Day 1, you had the extra inning game with JSU and Grambling. That was a rematch of the SWAC championship from last year. Tempers were flaring in there. Went 10 innings, and Grambling pulled it out at the end, despite having 6 errors. 6 errors in the field. Managed.
You can speak on it now. They had 7 runs at the bottom of the 5th. The story of the HBCU Coast Classic has been the Grambling State Tigers. Full count will now result in 4 ball calls. Hayes will get a walk over to first base.
And now with the bases juiced, you got 2 outs. You just got to find a way to get out of this. No harm, no foul if you manage to get 1 more out. But a big hit by the 3-hole Cameron Hill could make this game out of reach.
Cameron Hill up at bat, junior from Jackson, Mississippi. Brown with the fastball. And more runs. The first baseman heads over to the second base. Second base heads over to third base. And more runs again.
Shannon Martin's the one scoring on that wild pitch there. Everyone moves up 1.
That's out of the outstretched bat of Cameron Hill. Hits it over. High ball over to the third deck, which will result in a strike. Count down 2-1 with 2 outs. You talked about it, 2 outs. Just want to strike out. It's the only thing you want to do if you're Oliver Brown. What's going through his mind right here? Down, count now 2-1, 1 strike, 2 balls. What's going through the mindset of Oliver Brown?
You dug yourself into a nasty situation with the inability to throw strikes. So now you just got to, like we said, be a grown man. You get yourself into problems, get yourself out. Show your coach you're deserving to stay in the rotation. Many times you'll see players begin to fall in rotation and out of favor with the coach, get put in the doghouse because they just can't throw strikes. They're unreliable. And today we've seen a multitude of pitchers who just struggle to find the zone.
Full count now with 2 outs. Hit right there from Hill. Hill, what a hit. And he's going to be sent out of there. Again, hitting from Hill. Sent it up into a hill. More runs.
La Bamba.
It's become a mantra here for the G-men. Hit after hit, home run after home run. I mean, we can't say enough about the G-men.
And that will be the end of the day for Oliver Brown. That's quite the way for Coach Crenshaw to pull him, as this to get out of hand quickly is just as hard as they've been fighting and clawing to try to get back in this thing. They're now down 6.
Wow. Down by 6, yo. Watch. I mean, how you get things off right there? The hitting. And the Southern, I mean, they don't even know what just hit them. Started out good, leading 6-3. Then things took just a ugly turn. I mean, what happened?
So we're now talking about a 16 to 11. 16 to 11. That 5-run deficit just jumped on them just when they were down by 2.
Jumped on them when they were just down by 2. We'll take a break here on the HBCU Classic. Welcome things back here. We're going to have a change at pitching for the Southern University Jaguars. Number 12, Casey Coates, a transfer from Morehouse University, a graduate student from Chicago, Illinois. I mean, we talked about it off camera. Everything that went wrong has gone wrong.
Oh, definitely, no doubt. I mean, last time they matched up in May, Grambling trampled Southern 19-4, and they're trying to make sure that's not happening again. And the offensive firepower, and a 9 times out of 10, if you put up 11 runs in a game, you would be able to win a game. This has not been the scenario today.
Coates with a fastball, 86 miles per hour. Last time these two teams played it was Grambling winning in a 19-4 advantage. Now 16-11. See, Coates gets his first strike off the night.
Coates here. This is a nasty situation to be in, but also a stress-free situation. I've heard some former players, they have mixed feelings about this. Like, some people do not want to come in that game when when their teammates getting rocked. They're like, hey, their bats are hot. Do not put me on the task to cool it off. Other people, hey, this game's already out of hand. If I get rocked, oh well, that's been happening all day. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It's two ends of the spectrum as a relief pitcher.
Right here. And finally, we talked about it. Their inability to strike people out. They finally get a strikeout on LaMarcus Jones. And that'll do it from the bottom of the 7th. We'll come back at the start of the 8th. Travis Spade alongside me, Jay Latham. Welcome everyone back. Top of the 8th here. Talking off camera, Jalen Lucky now up at the bat. Their inability to strike people out has been the theme for the Southern University Jaguars. Down 16-11.
Yeah, the inability to throw strikes has really become a hard-faced issue for Southern. It's been kind of the kiss of death for them. I don't want to say it because they still have 2 innings left, but if they're looking for a reason why they've been struggling, I wouldn't look to the offense.
2 balls right there. First strike on the night. 2-1 is the count.
You got to be patient, got to scratch and claw back, pitch by pitch, AB by AB.
And over there, pass shortstop. On the run is Lucky. Lucky trots over to first base. Creeping over to second, but he'll bring himself right back.
First hit of the day for Lucky. Once again, the hot corner named so correctly. That was just out of reach for the third baseman, Shannon Martin.
Dylan Jones now up at bat, a senior from Atlanta, Georgia. .83-mile-per-hour ball by the pitcher, Darryl Fletcher.
Dylan Jones comes in to replace Donnie Sandifer.
Call now 1-1. Hit right there for Jones. Jones over outfield. Caught. He'll be sent back to the dugout. The first out at the top of the 8th.
At 7 in the books. Now, you don't want to hit the panic button, but down 6 runs, you got to do it, and you got to do it fast as you're facing your final 5 outs.
Radcliffe. On the run now, second base. In and out of the hands. The running back there, probably Lucky. He took the second base.
And Coach Crenshaw feels it just as well. That pressure, they got to put some pressure on him to get these runs across the borders. That stolen base right there.
Hit right there by Radcliffe. He's high into the air. It's caught right there. What a catch.
And
now 2 outs.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that might have hit the Raptors. That might have hit the Raptors here in Daikin Park, where it is played live if it hits off of them. And that was a great adjustment by the third baseman there.
2 out so far. Arrington Easton up at bat, a junior from Houston, Texas.
As Arrington Easton comes into the game.
Count 0-1 after the strike. Darryl Fletcher, the pitcher. So the umpire rules. Ball just a little too low for Easton. Ball again, 2-1 count with 2 outs. Top of the 8th ending.
Correction here. Number 6 is Edward Gregory Jr. coming into the game for KJ White.
Strike right there. when you look at the stat sheet, we talked about it off camera. Oliver Brown, you was safe. Did not have the best day at pitching. Hit right there over. On the run now. Eason gets over to first base. Then he's safe.
That's a hard play for the second baseman to make. That was deep in the hole. And with the speed of Gregory, he's safe.
Back to my point, we talked about it. Did you not want to say that McGowan opened things up for this Grambling State team to come in here and to be leading 11-16?
I mean, I think both teams were fairly trading shots back and forth, with Banks and Martinez both giving up runs respectively. But things really just, got out of hand when McGowan failed to hit the zone. He walked a lot of guys, as he had 3 hit batters and gave up 4 earned runs. 4 runs charged to him.
See right there, you have Lucky and Eason on base for Southern University. 2 strikes. 0-1 is the count. Sorry, 2 outs, 1 strike.
Yeah. McGowan actually was charged with 6 earned runs, and Oliver Brown was charged with 7. So the first pitcher, Banks, he only gave up 2 there, and this was still a manageable game as both teams were trading jabs back and forth, giving each other runs, and keeping the game relatively tight. And then that aforementioned 5th inning where things just got really wacky.
Really rocky, yes indeed. 11-16 lead. Grambling State has over Southern University. Vinny Biker up at bat. 0-1 is the count with 2 outs. Hit right there by Biker over the shortstop. Shortstop swings it over to first base. They're going to say Biker was out. How to do it from the top of the 8th. No points by Southern University. Down 11-16. Transferred alongside Jay Lathan will come right back at the bottom of the 8th. I'm ready. We are ready. Bottom of the eighth here. 11-16 lead after no points by Southern University striking out. Pitch on for Grambling State was Darrell Fletcher. Jalen Bennett up at bat for Grambling State.
That first pitch there to Bennett came with some juice.
85 miles per hour. Second one again, 84.
Now that's another potential sign when pitchers are trying to find that release point early on. When they throw hard, they try to, more often than not, miss high as he throws the breaking pitch there and just bangs it in for a strike.
Umpire's going to rule the ball. Count now 3-1. Ooh.
And add another one to the list of hit batters.
Pull out some more ice.
Bennett is hit for the third time today. Talk about a ball magnet.
Wow, tough people on your team. James Woody the second now up at bat.
Hopefully not a telltale sign of another explosion for the Grambling Tigers, as that is how the fifth inning started.
On the run now. In and out of hands of second base. And what's new? Bennett over to second base.
Wasted no time there, not getting comfortable at first base. He tried second out, said it fits a little bit better on him.
Count now 0-1. Bunt call high in the air. Coach tried to dive for it.
Talk about an effort from the pitcher to go get the bunt. He's going to have to catch his wind after that. He took a hard dive.
Yeah, you can see him. Yeah, he's kind of wincing now.
That was a tough play. I mean, yeah, that definitely knocks out the wind of you because he landed on the dirt, not the grass.
With the full head of steam diving. Hopefully Casey Coates is okay.
Popped up bunt is something that you never want to see as the batter. Bunt, you want to get straight on the ground. But I think he'll stay in the game. I believe he's all right. He's standing up on his own willpower, shaking it off a little bit.
You know. Baseball players are tough. We talked about it, getting hit with balls, falling on the hard dirt, shaking things off. Pull out some more ice.
You know, we do have teams. Their colors are black and blue, respectively.
Coach still trying to shake things off, talk things over with the umpire.
It appears he might be bleeding a little bit. It looked like they're going to get control of Coates' bleeding, and they're going to, it looks like he's going to stay in the game. As our camera crew gets a tighter angle on it.
Still getting things straightened away, but I mean, you have to give credit to when credit is due. Casey Coates diving out. 2 strikes, 0-2 is the count. See the head coach, Davin Pierre, Wolf Coates. While Coates is taking a break alongside with the head coach, we'll take a break as well. Casey Coates is back, ladies and gentlemen, shaking things, obviously rubbing things off of that arm. Full extension out of bounds with one arm. And you see he's now throwing over with the catcher. What did you see on that play?
I mean, he threw a pitch that ran in on the batter. That was James Woody. The bunt was popped up, and in an effort to get the out, he went full extension, came up short with it, and he just laid on the ground for a second, as I'm sure that ground is very unforgiving, so he had to catch his wind, and then the trainers come over to clean up some blood as it appeared he kind of skinned himself on the dirt.
That baseball floor out there is very hard, ladies and gentlemen. 0-2 is the count. Casey Coates is back. James Woody is second up at bat. 0-2 is the count. Hit right there by Woody, foul ball.
Long strike as Woody sends a souvenir to the Prairie View Panthers, who are awaiting their next matchup against their not so far rival, the Texas Southern Tigers, coming up after this.
Center field hit by James Woody the second. Oh, the outstretch. Hands
Oh,
center field.
and
More runs again.
Be on the watch for inside the Parker.
Flies over to third base.
It's very fortunate for Radcliffe that ball did not continue to roll, because if he did not secure that ball at the time he did, Woody would be casually walking into home.
It's become a mantra for Southern University. Missed opportunities. Shannon Martin now up at bat.
So that goes down as a triple for Woody.
Extending their lead, 17-11. Oh, it's a little too high. Count now 2-0. Three balls in this game. On that pitch, Casey Coates.
With no outs here once again, we're talking about Southern just in another bad situation with the inability to throw strikes. Hitting batters is just might as well be a free single.
Woody over at third base. Coates. Full count. No outs for Grambling State. Hit. And a ball. A walk over to third base is Shannon Martin. Their inability to strike people out is what's plagued them.
And as the kids like to say, we love free bases. As Martin takes a casual stroll down to first base with runners on the corners and no outs.
Chris Marcellus. It's this high in there.
Marcellus has been quite the team player so far tonight, with a walk, a sacrifice fly, and a sacrifice bunt, and I wouldn't put it past him to another sac fly.
Head over center field. Marcellus.
Actually,
another run right there.
Prefers to get on base himself here, but still contributing with the RBI, man.
James Woody, the second, walks in for another run.
And when it rains, it pours for the Grambling State Tigers. As Grambling has not had an inning when they scored that they've only scored one.
11-18. No outs. Strike right there by Colts.
Gashard not too much a fan of that pitch there as he's going to wince a little bit at it. Thought it was a little low for him.
Foul ball right there by Gashard. Count now 1-2.
Now, only thing I've seen take more hits than this ball game, it's probably a piñata. I mean, we're talking about 25 combined hits amongst both teams. Then you factor in the double-digit hit batters. We're quite the unique game right now. We're in quite the unique game.
Toughness is at a key in baseball. You can see right here from these players taking hits from these baseballs coming at you 80 miles per hour, 90 miles per hour, and taking it, shrugging it off. Casey Cole's diving out of bounds, outstretched arms, putting his body on the line. Here right there, caught by shortstop, in and out of hands again, another mistake. Alongside the run, another run. Chris Martin this time.
As that goes down as an E6.
Runs on runs on runs. And still yet, no outs. Question I have to ask you, what happened Southern?
I mean,
What happened?
an out for Southern costs more than an out for that average team.
I mean,
As we have, it appears to be a pinch runner come in for the catcher. Number 3, Terry Burrell III from Pinson, Alabama. Now back to the top of the lineup.
strike right there.
See a bunt sign from Martavius Thomas, has the first baseman crashing hard.
Swing and a miss.
Big hack there from Martavius Thomas. There's nothing more than you want to do than get a hit when you see the rest of your team hitting. And Martavius started the day with a double, but since then has not gotten on base through a hit. And he's hungry. He's hungry. You know, you get one early in the game and you don't find another one getting down the rest of the game. Start swinging a little more aggressively.
First out right there for the Tigers. Knight Hayes up at bat after the first out. Strike right there, count now 0-1.
And man, oh man, 30 runs in one ball game. Fan of offense, then you're a happy person. But if you came for a pitching duel, you're sadly mistaken. 30 runs. Say that again.
30 runs. That's something that's very common in the game of baseball.
At all. That's a rare sight.
Swing and a miss again from Hayes.
And like I said, these two teams do have high-scoring affairs. As the last matchup, Grambling won by a score of 19-4. Grambling is also ahead in the last 10 series by a score of 4 wins to 6 losses, 4-6. But all-time Southern is leading 53-49.
Gets it over. Now second base runner go over to third base. First go over to second.
Ball kind of skips away there on the off-speed pitch in the dirt. Everyone moves up one.
It's now 2 outs. Southern University has forced.
Oh, they called an intentional walk for Cameron Hill. They want to load the bases, and they much rather load the bases with 2 outs to force an out here. Hill has a double and 2 home runs on the day, so it's warranted. It's warranted. We're talking about 2 home runs and 2 doubles. He's only thing he's done wrong today was a fly out to center field. So the intentional walk is justified.
What a way to cap off your night.
It's a true sign of respect.
Marcus Jones, the batter, from St. Gabriel, Louisiana, a graduate student. First pitch from Coates in the dirt. 1-0 was the call with 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th. Prairie View versus Texas Southern coming up.
And you want to, Mr. Petty, for those just tuning in, you want to explain how we got here to 30 runs?
Bottom of the 5th exploded things open. The pitching from Southern University had to be better, and it showed. I mean, 7 runs by Grambling State, and then this thing just opened up. I mean, they've scored in every inning since the 5th. After the 5th inning, they got 2 in the 6th at the bottom of the 6th. Then you got at the 7, they got 4 at the bottom of the 7. Now at the bottom of the 8th, they got 3 points just coming in bunches for Grambling State. And it all had to do with Southern University not being able to strike out Grambling State right now, counting out 3-1 with 2 outs. Their inability to strike them out and giving them free walk-ons, another ball.
And all of that for nada, as the run rule is going to come into effect here.
Wow.
The run rule is going to come into effect in this tournament where the home team was up by 10 runs, so Grambling gets the W.
Grambling State gets the W over the Southern University Jaguars. What did you see from these teams? Grambling State 2-0 so far in this classic. What have you seen from the Grambling State team?
Man, what we saw was offense in bunches. They came here looking to swing, and that's exactly what they did. They took advantage of the mistakes of Southern, and obviously no other than Cameron Hill was named player of the game, responsible for 10 RBIs on the day, half of the production from Grambling.
What a game.
2 home runs, 2 doubles, and he's looking like a prime Barry Bonds.
Looking like a prime Barry Bond. I'm pretty sure the scouts see it right here in the Houston Astros Stadium. Grambling now going to 2-0 in this classic, while Southern University will now go on to 1-win. Next game after this will be Prairie View versus Texas Southern. Charles played alongside me, Jay Lane. Do you have any closing remarks before we kick things over?
Tune in at about 7:30, where the primetime game will kick off with the Prairie View A&M Panthers facing off against the Texas Southern Tigers.
Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm your host, Charles Pay, alongside me, Jay Lane.